True crime is not about the crime itself, not really. It is about the quiet space between who we believe people are and who they truly turn out to be. It is about the unsettling truth that ordinary lives can sometimes carry extraordinary darkness. And most importantly, it is about the victims. The people who deserve to be remembered as more than a headline, more than a court exhibit, more than a name buried inside a case file. Because behind every investigation, behind every piece of evidence, there are real lives, real families, and stories that forever change the people left behind. Good evening, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime, a quiet place where we explore true crime stories, slowly, calmly, and respectfully, designed to help you relax, unwind, and gently drift towards sleep. If you're new to the channel, welcome, we're glad you're here. Before we begin tonight's stories, take a moment to leave a comment and let me know where you're listening from tonight. And if you enjoy calm true crime storytelling like this, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It truly helps support the work here. Now, in tonight's episode, we'll explore 5 solved true crime cases, investigations that once puzzled detectives, stories clouded by secrecy, fear, and betrayal, until patient investigations slowly uncovered the truth. Each story will unfold at a gentle pace, accompanied by the familiar sound of soft rain and a black screen, creating a quiet space where you can simply listen, relax, and rest. As always, these are real cases, involving real people and real tragedies. They are shared here, not for shock or spectacle, but to remember the victims and the truth their stories deserve. So now, lower the volume just a little, settle in, and get comfortable. Let the rain begin to fall softly in the background. Dim the lights. Close your eyes if you'd like. And when you're ready, let's begin with tonight's first story. Story 1. The Case of Kevin West. Tonight, we travel to a quiet corner of the Pacific Northwest, to a town called Washougal, tucked along the banks of the Columbia River in Clark County, Washington. It is the kind of place where people know their neighbors, where kids ride bikes in the early evening light, and where the fire station sits at the heart of the community, solid and reassuring, a symbol of safety and service. But sometimes, the most unsettling stories begin in the places that feel the most ordinary. In the houses that look the most peaceful. From the outside, this is the story of Kevin West, a man who devoted decades of his life to saving others, and of his wife Marcelle West, a woman everyone called Marcy, who was warm and present and full of life. Right up until the early morning hours of January the 8th, 2024. It is a story about a marriage, about a secret that stretched back 20 years, and about what happens when the truth, no matter how deeply it is buried, refuses to stay quiet. Get comfortable, take a slow breath, and let us begin. The Pacific Northwest has a particular kind of beauty that tends to settle into a person slowly. The wide rivers, the pine-covered ridgelines, the gray skies that soften everything below them. It is the sort of landscape that makes a life feel permanent, rooted. And for Kevin and Marcy West, it was home. The two of them had met years earlier, in Eugene, Oregon, a college town further south along the Willamette Valley. At the time, Kevin was working at Eugene Fire in non-emergency medical transport, still building toward his dream of becoming a full firefighter and paramedic. Marcy worked for Peace Health, a regional healthcare network, and from all accounts, she was the kind of person who made a room feel warmer just by being in it. They married, and they built their life together. Kevin's career grew. He moved into firefighting, then paramedicine, and eventually rose through the ranks of the Washougal Fire Department, one of the small but respected departments that served the twin communities along the Columbia. He became a battalion chief, a position of real responsibility and standing in any fire department. 25 years as a first responder, trained in emergency medicine, trusted by his crew, respected in the community. From the outside, Kevin West was the kind of man who inspired confidence, the kind of man you were glad to see show up, and for a time the life he shared with Marcy reflected that image. They raised 2 children together, a son named Ted and a daughter named Megan. They owned a home on 34th Street in Washougal. They were, by most appearances, a family. But appearances, as this story will remind us, can hold a great deal of weight that they were never designed to carry. Marriages, like old houses, can develop fractures that go unnoticed for a long time. Small tensions, unspoken disappointments, the slow accumulation of distance that nobody quite addresses, until one day you look up and realize how far apart two people have drifted. By Kevin West's own account, the marriage to Marcy had been struggling for years. He would later testify in court that intimacy had faded early in the marriage, around the time their first child was born, and that financial stress had added further strain. In 2015, he and Marcy separated briefly for roughly 2 to 3 weeks, but they came back together. They had what Kevin called a heart-to-heart, a weekend trip to the coast, and resolved to try again. He would later say there was a big turnaround after that Marcy was present, that they learned to get along better. But peace, he also said, did not last long. The same issues kept arising, and Kevin West, in the quiet spaces of his marriage, began to carry something he had not disclosed to anyone: a name, a history, a feeling that had never quite gone away. Her name was Cynthia Ward. Kevin had first met Cynthia around 2004, when she was a volunteer firefighter with the Washougal Department. They were both young, both connected to the fire service world, and they entered into a brief physical relationship, one that lasted only a few months before Cynthia moved away and the connection faded. Marcy and Kevin had been married for approximately 2 years at that point. Life moved forward. Decades passed. Kevin stayed in his marriage, and the name Cynthia Ward became, for a time, just a memory. Then, in late 2023, he sent her a message on Facebook. It was just a few words. Something simple. A question that asked whether she was the same Cynthia he had known back in the day from Washougal. A door cracked open, and she replied. What followed after that first message moved quickly. The two of them began communicating regularly, and almost from the start they chose to do so in private. They moved their conversations to WhatsApp, a messaging application that encrypts its content, chosen specifically, Cynthia would later say in court, because of its security measures. Because both of them were in relationships. Both of them understood what they were beginning. Kevin was still married to Marcy. Cynthia was in a long-term relationship of her own. But the messages kept flowing, across the months, building towards something that would eventually require a decision. They met in person. They had secret rendezvous at hotels along Airport Way, tucked away from familiar faces. They took trips together, to the coast, to Nevada to meet Cynthia's mother. Kevin introduced Cynthia to his own mother and sister, in Eugene, presenting her simply as Cynthia, a friend, with no further explanation. By January of 2024, Kevin West was not just managing a quiet and deteriorating marriage. He was managing a parallel life, one that had grown more serious and more urgent with every passing week. And the pressure, it seems, was building. In the first days of that new year, Kevin sent a series of messages that would later be retrieved from his phone by investigators. Messages that had been deleted, but that forensic examination pulled back from the digital silence. On the 3rd of January, 2024, Kevin sent a message to Cynthia's brother-in-law. The words were direct. He said he was moving out on Monday, that the papers would be done Tuesday. He said he knew where he stood. That Monday he had planned would be January the 8th. The divorce papers would be finished on January the 9th. He also sent a message to Cynthia's mother, Waltod Ward, with a warmth that felt like a man who believed he was on the verge of something new. He told her he was meeting his attorney on January the 9th, and that he would have options to decide from. He said he was very excited. He said next week would be a big week for Cynthia and himself to celebrate. He had even written letters to Cynthia, letters discovered later in his garage, addressed to her. In one of them he had written that the coming year, 2024, would be their year, that they would be together, celebrating every day, that their story would ring in the new year loud for all to hear. Those are the words of a man with a plan, a man with a date circled on a calendar, a man who had made up his mind. The only question that remained, the question that would consume a courtroom 2 years later, was exactly what that plan required of him before he could walk out the door. Breathe in slowly and settle a little deeper. The night of January the 7th into the 8th began quietly enough. At the West family home on 34th Street in Washougal, Kevin would later tell investigators that it had been a normal evening. He said that he and Marcy had watched movies, ordered takeout, and spent the time together in an easy, unremarkable way. Their son Ted had been there too, and at some point in the evening, Ted had given his mother a massage, something that the defense would later point to as a possible contributing factor to her death. Marcy, Kevin said, had complained of a headache. She took ibuprofen. She felt nauseated, vomited at some point, and then decided to go to bed. Nothing unusual, Kevin told police. Just a headache. Just an ordinary night becoming an ordinary sleep. But at 4:27 in the morning, on January the 8th, 2024, a call came into emergency dispatch. It was Kevin West. He reported that his wife was unconscious, that she was having a seizure, that she had stopped breathing. Came as Washougal Fire, and the Washougal Police Department responded to the address on 34th Street. When first responders arrived, they found Marcy West on the floor, unresponsive in sweatpants and a bra. Her husband, a man they knew, a man who was their own battalion chief, was there with her. The first responders worked to save her. They used a defibrillator. They administered epinephrine. They performed resuscitation measures for what must have felt like an agonizing stretch of minutes. At 5:11 in the morning, Marcelle West was pronounced dead. She was 48 years old. In the immediate hours after Marcy West's death, it looked on the surface like a medical emergency. A middle-aged woman with a history of headaches and health complaints. Her husband present in distress, having called emergency services immediately. A trained paramedic who had done everything he knew how to do. The medical examiner completed an initial autopsy and did not immediately find anything that appeared suspicious. The West family moved quickly. Marcy's body was sent to a funeral home. It might have ended there, quietly, with a death certificate listing natural causes and a family left to grieve. But the truth has a way of finding the light. In the days after Marcy's death, the Clark County Sheriff's Office began receiving information. Tips from people who knew the family, who had seen something, or heard something, or felt in their gut that the circumstances were not what they seemed. One man called investigators to say that he had met Kevin West in Vancouver, at a restaurant called Big Al's, while Kevin was out with another woman. He said he knew Kevin was married, but that Kevin was also clearly seeing this other woman. He said he had heard Kevin was planning to leave his wife, and then shortly afterward heard that she had died. He told police he found the circumstances extremely weird and suspicious. Those concerns layered together prompted investigators to take a harder look. The Clark County Sheriff's Office took over from local responders, citing concerns about potential conflicts of interest, given Kevin West's position within the fire department. Detective Dean Telexon led the investigation, and what he found piece by piece painted a picture that was very different from the one Kevin had offered. Kevin and Marcy's cell phones were seized. When forensic analysts examined Kevin's phone, they found hundreds of deleted messages that Kevin had clearly attempted to erase. But deletion in the digital world is rarely as complete as it feels. The content of those messages came back, and with it the story of January the 8th began to change. Alongside the digital evidence, investigators asked the medical examiner's office to conduct a second, more thorough examination of Marcy West's body. This time the focus was directed specifically at her neck and head, and this time what they found could not be explained away. The second autopsy was meticulous, and its findings were significant. The medical examiner found bruising beneath Marcy's jawline, bruising behind and below her earlobes. There was swelling in her brain. There was bilateral subcutaneous hemorrhaging on her neck, meaning bleeding beneath the skin on both sides. Injuries had been sustained to the carotid sheath, the carotid artery, and the esophagus, the soft internal structures of the throat. The cause of death, upon this second examination, was determined to be asphyxia, with blunt neck trauma. In plain terms, Marcy West had been strangled. The injuries were consistent with what medical and forensic experts describe as vascular strangulation, a form of strangulation that can cause death without leaving immediately obvious external marks, and that requires sustained pressure applied to the neck. The manner of death was ruled a homicide, and Kevin West, the battalion chief, the paramedic, the man who had called 911 to report his wife's seizure, became the primary suspect in her murder. He was arrested on March the 22nd, 2024, approximately 2.5 months after Marcy's death. He was charged with first-degree domestic violence murder and second-degree domestic violence murder in Clark County Superior Court. A judge set bail at $1.5 million. Kevin West posted bail and was released, barred from his residence and prohibited from possessing firearms. He pleaded not guilty. Let yourself breathe here for a moment. Let the quietness of this hour hold you. There is something about the months that followed Kevin West's release on bail that tells its own story. Because while Marcy's family mourned her, while her daughter Megan tried to make sense of a world without her mother, while investigators built their case piece by piece, Kevin West was not standing still. In the weeks after Marcy's death, Kevin was seen selling some of her belongings on Facebook Marketplace. He removed photographs of himself and Marcy from around the home, boxing them up, putting them out of sight. He would later say on the stand that encountering those photographs was too painful, that he wanted a fresh start. But prosecutors pointed to these choices as evidence of something else, a deliberate effort to erase her presence, to move on before the world had given him permission to do so. He allegedly told his best friend that he felt bad for not feeling bad. A private conversation surfaced at trial, spoken as though Kevin himself could not fully reconcile the feelings he was or was not having. He told 2 other friends that a burden had been lifted. Again, he would say later that these were the words of a man in grief, spiraling, searching for language to describe something that had no clean words. Prosecutors said those words meant something far more precise. And then there was Cynthia Ward. By September the 1st, 2024, less than 8 months after his wife's death, Kevin West proposed to Cynthia Ward. She accepted. The two became engaged, even as a murder investigation surrounding Marcy's death continued, and criminal charges were pending against Kevin. Cynthia was present at the West home when police came to interview Kevin in the days after Marcy died. She had remained hidden, out of sight, while detectives asked questions in the next room. Their relationship did not slow. It accelerated. Kevin was set to go to trial in January of 2026, nearly 2 full years after Marcy's death. As that date approached, he and Cynthia, along with his son Ted, filed a civil defamation lawsuit against a neighbor, a woman named Tabitha Bowman Schaefer, who had been posting true crime videos about the case on TikTok. The lawsuit accused her of spreading false and harmful information. The lawsuit filed just days before the murder trial was set to begin. The story was becoming something the community was watching closely. And then on January the 7th, 2026, the courtroom doors opened, and Kevin West's trial began. The trial unfolded over 2 weeks in Clark County Superior Court in Vancouver, Washington. The courtroom was full. The case had drawn significant public attention, in part because of Kevin's position in the fire department, in part because the story had spread through social media in the months leading up to the proceedings. Deputy Prosecutor Melinda McMahon delivered the opening statement for the state. She told the jury, with quiet precision, that this case did not begin as a homicide investigation, but that what mattered was not how it began, but how the truth ultimately emerged. She outlined her theory of the crime. She said Kevin West strangled his wife to death in their home on the morning of January the 8th, 2024, and then called 911 to report a seizure, counting on the emergency system, and perhaps on his own standing within it, to accept that explanation without question. McMahon pointed out something that the prosecution considered particularly significant. When Kevin West called 911, the first responders who arrived were people who knew him. They were his colleagues, his crew, people who worked in the same fire department where he was a battalion chief. McMahon told the jury that those first responders trusted what Kevin told them, because it wasn't an unknown caller. It was someone who was a friend, someone they trusted, and most importantly, someone who was trained in life-saving measures. Kevin had, she argued, used that trust as a shield. The defense, led by attorney Brian Walker, presented a different narrative entirely. Walker acknowledged the affair openly. He did not try to pretend it had not happened, but he argued firmly that an affair and a murder were 2 entirely different things. He said that Marcy West had a history of persistent health problems, including severe and debilitating migraines, and that these underlying conditions, combined with other factors, could have triggered the seizure that killed her. Walker pointed to the massage that Ted West had given his mother earlier that evening, suggesting it may have contributed to a physical cascade that ended in her death. He also argued that the first responders on scene had provided substandard care, and that their failures may have played a role in the outcome. Walker told the jury that Kevin West had spent 25 years as a paramedic, and that on the morning of January the 8th, he had used every skill he had to try to save his wife's life. Witness testimony followed over the course of the trial, building the evidence from multiple directions. The medical examiner, Dr. Martha Burt, testified about the physical findings, describing in clinical detail the injuries she had observed consistent with strangulation. A second medical reviewer confirmed those findings. The injuries to the internal structures of Marcy's neck were not the kind that arose from a seizure, or from a massage, or from an untreated medical condition. Cynthia Ward took the stand. She testified about the timeline of their relationship. She confirmed the renewed affair in 2023. She confirmed Kevin's expressed intentions to leave Marcy. She said, with a kind of measured calm, that eventually he was going to leave Marcy at some point. She acknowledged that she could not say exactly when that would have been. She also confirmed that Kevin had proposed to her in September of 2024, that they were engaged, that they were building a life together. A former colleague of Kevin's, a paramedic with 40 years of experience, filed a victim impact statement with the court that was devastating in its directness. This man wrote that the call to the West House on the morning of January the 8th had been the worst call of his entire career, and that it was made unbearable by Kevin West's lies. He wrote that Kevin had violated the brotherhood and sisterhood of the fire department, and then Kevin West himself took the stand. He was, by accounts of those in the courtroom, emotional. He wept. He described the night in question in quiet, measured detail. He said the evening had been peaceful, cards, movies, an easy day. He said that when he woke in the night and heard their family dog whimpering, he found Marcy in distress, and that he had done everything in his power to help her. He looked at the jury and said he did not kill his wife. Under cross-examination, he acknowledged the deleted messages. He acknowledged selling Marcy's belongings. He acknowledged removing her photographs. He acknowledged the words about a burden being lifted. He said that these were the words and actions of a grieving man, not a guilty one. He said he could not explain his grief. That grief had no clean logic. He also acknowledged something that had been raised during the trial, and that Megan West had spoken about in hushed but furious terms. That in the days after Marcy's death, he had turned to his daughter and asked her a question. He had asked her if she felt relieved that her mother was gone. It was a question that for Megan would become the most haunting single moment of her experience of this case. The jury deliberated for just 2 hours. 2 hours after a 2-week trial. After all the testimony, all the evidence, all the competing narratives, the 12 men and women of the jury returned to the courtroom after a deliberation so brief it felt almost startling, and delivered their verdict. Guilty of first-degree murder. Guilty of second-degree murder. Both charges carrying the designation of domestic violence. The date was January the 20th, 2026. Kevin West sat in the courtroom, and people who were present described his expression as unreadable. As Megan West later told the media outside the courthouse, when she looked at her father in that moment, she did not see the man she had grown up with. She said she saw a stranger. The sentencing hearing took place on February the 27th, 2026, in Clark County Superior Court before Judge Robert Lewis. The gallery was full. People had come to hear the end of this story, or as much of an ending as a courtroom can offer. Both of Kevin West's adult children stood before the court, and they told 2 entirely different stories. Ted West, 22 years old, spoke in support of his father. He described Kevin as empathetic, kind, and loving. He said his father had given him every reason to trust him, not just through words, but through actions. He asked the judge to consider his father's character and the decades of positive impact Kevin had had on others. He asked for leniency, and then Megan West spoke. She was 20 years old. She had spent the better part of 2 years watching her family be dismantled, watching a trial in which her mother's death was debated and dissected, watching her father's mistress sit in the courtroom, and when she stood up, she did not hold back. She said that her father's actions had not only taken her mother's life, she said they had taken her future with her mother, the moments, the memories, the milestones that would never now exist. She said her father had brought his mistress into their home soon after her mother's death, and that the speed of that, the indifference of it, had felt like a second wound. She said something that had been weighing on her for a very long time. She told her father in open court that he had looked her in the eyes days after her mother's death and asked her if she was relieved that Marcy was gone. She said that question was something she would carry for the rest of her life. She told him directly that a father is supposed to shield his children from harm, and that instead he had used his children to shield himself. Kevin West then read a letter. He continued, even now to maintain his innocence. He said he had made every effort to save his wife's life. He apologized for the affair, calling it his only wrongdoing. He said a mockery had been made of Marcy's passing through social media and national attention. He asked for a moment of silence to remember her. Judge Robert Lewis listened to everything, and when he spoke, he was direct. He told Kevin West that he did not find his explanations of what happened on the morning of January the 8th believable. He said that the only thing that made sense was that Kevin had deliberately killed the woman who was his wife and had ripped his family apart. He sentenced Kevin West to 300 months in prison, 25 years. As Kevin was led away in chains, someone in the gallery was heard saying, quite clearly, "Good riddance." Outside the courthouse, Megan West stood in front of cameras and said what she felt. She said that someone who kills their wife, the person they are supposed to love, should not only receive 300 months, she said he should be there for the rest of his life. Her voice was steady, her eyes were clear. Cynthia Ward declined to comment. The Columbia River still moves along its banks in Washougal, quiet and wide and indifferent to the lives played out on its shores. The fire station is still there on its corner. The community goes on. Marcy West, the woman who asked her daughter to sing on long drives, the woman her daughter described as present, nurturing, and strong, is gone. The moments that Megan spoke of in that courtroom, the milestones that will never exist, the ordinary future that was taken before it could unfold, those things are not recoverable. What the legal system could offer, it offered a conviction, a sentence, a record that will stand. Kevin West maintains his innocence. His attorney has indicated plans to appeal. The name Cynthia Ward appears nowhere in the public record now, except as a footnote to a story that has already been told. And Megan West, 20 years old, does what the living must always do. She carries it forward. This case reminds us of something quiet and difficult, something that lives in the spaces between the things people show the world and the things they keep hidden. It reminds us that the people closest to us sometimes carry the most carefully kept secrets. And that truth, patient and slow as a river, tends in time to find its way to the surface. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The Case of Vicki Arlene Jensen. Tonight, I am going to take you somewhere else entirely, far from the noise of the day, far from whatever thoughts have been trailing behind you, and into a story, a true story, one that unfolded long ago, in a quiet corner of the American West. This is a story about obsession, and about the slow, creeping kind of love that turns over time into something unrecognizable. It is a story about a woman who could not let go, and about another woman, an innocent woman, who paid an unimaginable price for something she never chose. It is a story that happened in a small Idaho town, beneath wide-open skies, where neighbors knew each other by name, and where no one saw what was coming. Tonight, we will move slowly and carefully through every chapter of this story. There is no need to rush. The night is long, and I am right here with you. So breathe in slowly, breathe out gently, and let your eyes grow soft. This is the story of Vicki Arlene Jensen. To understand what happened in the autumn of 1999, we have to go back much further than that. We have to go back to Boise, Idaho, where a young man named Vernon Jensen was doing his very best to put his life back together. Vernon was 20 years old at the time, and he had recently gone through his first divorce. He was not bitter, not angry, not broken. He was simply young and a little lost, and quietly hopeful that things would get better. He was studying to become a respiratory therapist, working long shifts at a hospital in Boise, and slowly learning how to be on his own again. It was at that hospital where he first met her. Her name was Vicki. She was a registered nurse, older than Vernon by several years, and she was at first glance everything a person might admire. She was capable and confident, and she seemed to have a warmth about her, the kind of warmth that draws people in. She was also a divorced mother, raising a young son on her own. And when she and Vernon began spending time together during long hospital shifts, something between them began to grow. Vernon described it later as a connection, a friendship that deepened slowly. He did not think of it as serious, not at first. They were colleagues, and then they were something more. But he was careful, he was healing, and he was not quite ready for what Vicki, it turned out, had already decided about them. The first sign came early, and it should have told him everything he needed to know. One weekend, Vernon left town with his friends for a few days. When he returned to the home he shared with his mother, she told him he needed to call Vicki right away. Vicki had been trying to reach him, but here was the thing that made Vernon uneasy, the small cold thing that settled at the back of his mind. Vicki did not have his home phone number. She had never been to his mother's house. She had never even met his mother. Yet somehow she had found the number. When Vernon asked her about it at work the following week, Vicki admitted, without any apparent shame, that she had called every single Jensen listed in the Boise phone directory, one by one, until she found the right house. She said it as though it were a perfectly reasonable thing to do, as though determination alone made it acceptable. Vernon felt unsettled, but he was young, and perhaps he told himself that it was just enthusiasm, that it was simply a sign of how much she cared. He would tell himself that for a long time to come. As Vernon neared the end of his training, he found a full-time position at a hospital in Twin Falls, a city roughly 2 hours south of Boise, nestled near the Snake River Canyon, a place of quiet beauty and small-town rhythms. He saw it as an opportunity, a clean start, a new chapter. But Vicki saw it differently. She announced, without asking, without being invited, that she would be coming with him. And so Vernon, Vicki, and her young son moved into a house together in Twin Falls. And the life that Vernon thought he had chosen began, quietly and slowly, to belong to someone else. It did not take long for the cracks to appear. Vicki's moods were unpredictable and dark, and they could shift without warning, like weather in the high desert. Vernon noticed things about her that troubled him deeply. There were moments that did not feel right, moments involving her young son, small things that made Vernon question what was truly happening behind closed doors when he was not there. When he raised his concerns, Vicki did not soften. She did not explain. She turned on him, and the rage she unleashed was startling in its intensity. Then came the day she struck him for the first time. Vernon had been raised to never raise a hand to a woman. It was a line he would not cross, no matter what. And so when Vicki hit him, he stood there and absorbed it. And when she tried to goad him into hitting her back, he refused. She mocked him for it. She berated him, and then she did it again. Over time, the physical abuse became a pattern. She threw objects at him, knives, plates, anything within reach. She screamed at him in ways that left him shaken and ashamed. Ashamed not of anything he had done, but of the life he found himself living, one he had not imagined and did not know how to escape. And then she began making threats against other people. When a court order required Vernon to pay increased child support to his first wife, Vicky's fury was volcanic. She turned to Vernon and told him, in plain and frightening words, that she was going to kill his ex-wife with an insulin overdose. She knew exactly how to do it. She said it the way someone might describe a recipe, matter-of-factly, with chilling precision. Vernon did not call the police. Looking back, he would say that he did not believe, even then, that she would truly follow through. He told himself he could manage the situation. He told himself he would handle it. He was wrong. At some point, a person reaches a threshold. For Vernon Jensen, that threshold arrived quietly, without a dramatic moment or a final straw. He simply looked at his life and looked at this woman and understood, with a clarity he had not allowed himself before, that he had to go. He moved out. He began working extra shifts at the hospital, quietly saving money, slowly building the financial ground beneath him, that he would need to hire a divorce attorney and start over. And as he found his footing again, he began cautiously to let himself feel something other than fear. He met a woman named Aletta Diane Ray. Aletta was a nurse's aide who worked at the same hospital. She was 33 years old, and she was, by every account from every person who knew her, someone of remarkable warmth. She cared for her patients with a gentleness that went beyond the professional, beyond duty. She never lost patience, not even when patients were difficult. She kept her smile through long shifts and hard days. She had a voice that Vernon described as soothing, a voice that made the people around her feel that things were going to be all right. She was also a mother. She had a daughter, a little girl who was just 3 years old, with whom Aletta was completely, wholly devoted.
That little girl was the center of her world.
Vernon and Aletta grew close. There was a naturalness to it, a warmth that asked nothing and demanded nothing. Vernon described it as breathing fresh air after a very long time underground. He felt hopeful for perhaps the first time in years. He felt like himself again. In the summer of 1999, they moved in together, settling into an apartment in Twin Falls with Aletta's young daughter. They were building something small and good, and they were making plans. Quiet plans, hopeful plans. The kind that felt solid for the first time. But Vicky was watching. It did not take long for Vicky to find out where Vernon and Aletta were living. She had a gift for finding things, a relentlessness that went beyond ordinary jealousy into something far more consuming and far more dangerous. She began to stalk them. Vernon noticed it first, a familiar face in an unfamiliar place. The feeling of being followed, of being watched. He began to see Vicky's car near the apartment, near the hospital, near the places he and Aletta went. And when he confronted Vicky, she did not deny it. Instead, she told him something that lodged itself in his chest like a splinter and would not come free. She said divorce, never, murder, maybe. She said it the way someone might say it as a dark joke, as an offhand remark. But her eyes were not joking. And Vernon, who had lived with her long enough to know the difference between what she said and what she meant, felt the world narrow around him. He tried to reassure Aletta. He tried to shield her from the full weight of what he feared. He told himself that he was overreacting. He began looking for work out of state, hoping that distance would solve the problem, that if he could just get Aletta far enough away, Vicky's obsession would have nowhere to land. He had a plan to send Aletta somewhere safe, somewhere roughly 200 miles away, while he wrapped things up. He thought he had time. He did not. Meanwhile, Vicky had already begun to act. She had decided, with the cold and methodical thinking of someone who understood exactly how the body works, and exactly how it can be broken, that Aletta Diane Ray had to die. And she began to plan. At least a week and a half before September 9th of 1999, Vicky Arlene Jensen began recruiting. She turned to her niece, a girl named Autumn Pauls, who was only 14 years old at the time. Autumn was young and impressionable and connected to her aunt in ways that made her susceptible to persuasion. Vicky told Autumn what she wanted to do, and Autumn, rather than walking away, rather than calling the police, agreed to help. There was also a young man named Matthew W. Pearson, who was 17 years old, and who was Autumn's ex-boyfriend. Matthew was brought into the plan as well. Vicky laid out what she had devised with a precision that spoke to her medical background, and to the cold, deliberate workings of her mind. The plan was to inject Aletta Diane Ray with a lethal dose of methamphetamine and insulin, two substances that, combined in the right quantities, would stop the body's functions and kill her. And to make it look like something other than what it was, she planned to plant methamphetamine nearby, to make investigators think that Aletta had simply overdosed on drugs she took herself. Vicky would frame an innocent woman even in death. Autumn was tasked with obtaining the methamphetamine. Matthew obtained a small caliber pistol, a weapon that would be used not to shoot anyone, but to terrify, to control, to make certain that Aletta could not fight back or run. The night before the murder, the three of them met at Vicky's home in Gooding, a small town to the west of Twin Falls. And there, in a house, on an ordinary evening, they rehearsed. They went through the plan, step by step, each person knowing their role, each person practicing what they would do when they came face to face with a woman whose only crime was falling in love with the wrong man's husband. Think about that for a moment, and let it settle softly. They practiced, as though it were a school performance, or a work presentation, as though what they were planning was simply a task to be executed efficiently, rather than the ending of a human life. The morning of September 9th, 1999 arrived, the way most mornings do in Twin Falls. Quietly, with light coming slowly over the flat horizon, and birds making small sounds in the trees along the canyon rim. Vernon Jensen left for work early that morning. He kissed Alewa goodbye. He left her in the apartment with her daughter, the way he had done on dozens of other mornings. He did not know, as he walked out the door and got into his car, that he was saying goodbye to her for the last time. Sometime after he left, there was a knock at the door. Aletta went to answer it, the way any ordinary person does on an ordinary morning, without fear, without hesitation, because there was nothing in the world that told her she should be afraid right now. Standing at the door were three strangers, or what appeared to be strangers. They were wearing disguises, costumes of a kind, things designed to make them difficult to recognize, and one of them asked in a polite and ordinary voice if they could use the telephone. Aletta, who was by every account a woman of extraordinary kindness, said yes. Of course, come in. She turned to go and fetch the phone, and the moment she turned her back, everything changed. Matthew Pearson produced the pistol. The three moved inside and closed the door. Aletta was held at gunpoint. She was terrified, and she struggled, and they pinned her to the floor. And Vicky Jensen, the woman who had planned every detail of this moment, knelt over the woman who had done nothing wrong, and prepared two syringes, one filled with methamphetamine, one filled with insulin. Aletta Diane Ray looked up at the woman above her, and she begged. She told Vicky that she was allergic, that the methamphetamine would hurt her badly, that she was pleading for her life. She had a daughter, a little girl. She was asking Vicky not to do this. Vicky looked down at her and said, "I don't care, you're going to die." And then she pressed the needle into Aletta's arm. What happened next is the part of this story that is the hardest to sit with, and yet it is important because it speaks to something essential about who Vicky Jensen was, and what she was capable of. They did not leave. After injecting Aletta with the lethal combination of drugs, after watching her body react to what had been done to her, Vicky and her two young accomplices moved Aletta's body to the bedroom, and then they stayed. For nearly an hour, they remained in that apartment, watching Aletta Diane Ray suffer and struggle to breathe, watching the life leave her body while her 3-year-old daughter was present somewhere in that home. They left only when Vicky was satisfied, when she was certain enough that Aletta would not recover, would not be able to call for help, would not survive. Then, and only then, they walked out of that apartment and drove away, leaving behind a dying woman and a small child. A few hours later, Vernon Jensen came home from work. He found Aletta in the bedroom, face down on the floor. There was a syringe nearby, placed deliberately, planted there to tell a false story. He knew, in the part of him that had feared this for months, exactly what had happened. He knew who had done it, and the grief and the guilt and the fury that moved through him in that moment were by his own description almost beyond what he could carry. He called for help. Emergency services arrived. Alita Diane Ray was declared dead at the scene. Her daughter had been there. She had seen things that a child should never see. When investigators arrived at the apartment in Twin Falls, they were met with a scene that had been carefully arranged to deceive them. There was no sign of forced entry. There was no obvious struggle. There was simply a woman, dead, with a syringe nearby, and all the trappings of what could look, at first glance, like a tragic drug overdose. But the investigators were thorough. Aleta's lips had turned blue, a detail that caught attention immediately. And when Vernon insisted with quiet certainty that Aleta did not use drugs, the medical examiner's office listened. The autopsy was conducted carefully, and what it revealed changed the entire complexion of the investigation. Aleta Diane Ray's body contained methamphetamine and insulin, not in amounts that suggested casual or even reckless drug use, but in amounts and in combination that spoke of deliberate, calculated administration. This was not an accident. This was not a self-inflicted overdose. This was a homicide. The investigation turned immediately to Vernon's estranged wife. Detectives began building a picture of the harassment that Vernon and Aleta had endured in the months before her death. The stalking, the threats, the phone calls, the car parked too close to the apartment, the way Vicky had made no secret of her feelings or of what she was capable of. Vernon also remembered something that Vicky's brother-in-law, a man named Dan Ferguson, had apparently mentioned in passing, a different version of a plan that Vicky had discussed, another method she had considered for getting rid of Aleta. This detail reached investigators and added weight to the growing suspicion surrounding Vicky. But the case did not break from the top down. It broke from the bottom up in the way that many cases do, through a teenager who could not keep a secret. Autumn Pauls was 14 years old when she stood in that apartment and helped restrain a woman who was begging for her life. And Autumn Pauls, who had been pulled into something by her aunt that she perhaps did not fully understand the weight of until it was over, did what young people sometimes do when they are carrying something too heavy. She told someone. She confided in a friend. The details she shared were vivid enough and disturbing enough that the friend went to the police. And with that single conversation, the careful architecture of Vicky Jensen's plan began to come apart. Investigators brought Autumn Pauls in for questioning. What followed was a thorough process of interviews and cross-examination, and eventually Autumn began to speak. And when she spoke, she described what had happened on the morning of September 9th, in detail that matched the physical evidence at the scene. Detail that could only have come from someone who had been in that room. Vicky Arlene Jensen was arrested in February of the year 2000, roughly 5 months after the murder. She was 30 years old. She was a registered nurse. She was officially and irrevocably a killer. Matthew Pearson and Autumn Pauls were arrested as well. All three were charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The case they had thought they had arranged so carefully, the staged overdose, the planted syringe, the orchestrated confusion, had not fooled anyone for very long. The truth had found its way out, the way it so often does, through the conscience of someone who could not carry the weight of what they had done. When the cases came to trial, or more precisely, when the defendants were brought before a judge, each of them made the same choice. They pleaded guilty. Vicky Arlene Jensen, Autumn Pauls, and Matthew Pearson all entered pleas of guilty to first-degree murder. For Vicky and Autumn, the guilty plea came in November of 2000. For Matthew, it followed shortly after. In exchange for the guilty pleas, the prosecution agreed not to pursue the death penalty against Vicky, who had faced that possibility given the calculated, deliberate nature of what she had done. The sentencing hearing for Vicky Jensen was held in 2001, and what the judge said at that hearing has been quoted by those who were there as among the most pointed and direct words ever spoken in the courtroom of Twin Falls County's 5th District. Judge Roger Burdick, who presided over the case, looked at Vicky Jensen and called her the evil mastermind of a perverse and horrendous crime. He sentenced her to life in prison, without the possibility of parole. She would spend every remaining day of her life behind bars. The judge was troubled not only by the act itself, but by the nature of it. Vicky was not a person who had acted in a moment of passion, or lost her mind in a fit of rage. She was an intelligent woman, a medical professional, who had used her knowledge and her intelligence to plan, rehearse, and execute the cold-blooded murder of an innocent person. She had recruited children to help her. She had watched a woman die, and she had done it all while Vernon Jensen went to work and went home and found the woman he loved, lying face down on the floor. Matthew Pearson was sentenced to 15 years to life. Autumn Pauls was sentenced to 12 years to life. Both were tried as adults, despite their youth at the time of the crime. The divorce between Vicky and Vernon Jensen was finalized in 2001, the same year the sentences were handed down. For Vernon Jensen, the years that followed were not easy. He has spoken openly and painfully about the guilt he carried, the sense that he should have seen it coming, that he should have acted sooner, that he should have sent Aletta away before it was too late. He turned to alcohol for a time. He described taking a self-destructive path, trying to drown in noise what he could not make peace with in silence. He was angry and grief-stricken and hollowed out by the knowledge that someone he had loved, had trusted, had shared a life with, had done something so monstrous that the word evil seemed barely adequate to contain it. His faith, he has said, is what ultimately brought him back. His church community, the structure of belief, the slow work of grief that does not move in a straight line but does eventually move forward. He remarried in 2017, and then years later, something unexpected happened. A documentary series called Evil Lives Here, produced by Investigation Discovery, reached out to Vernon. They wanted him to tell his story, and he agreed. Not simply to relive it, but because there was something specific he wanted to do. He wanted to find Aletta's daughter, the little girl who had been 3 years old on the morning of September 9th, 1999, was now a grown woman named Jade Scotton. She had been raised without her mother, carrying all her life the absence of a woman she was barely old enough to have known. And Vernon, who had loved Aletta deeply and who had never stopped thinking about that child, wanted her to know who her mother was. The documentary made the reconnection possible. Vernon and Jade found each other, and what Vernon told her, the things he remembered about Aletta's kindness, her patience, her smile, her voice, gave Jade something she had not had before: a fuller picture, a story, a mother in memory, in vivid and loving detail. She will now always have someone in her corner, Vernon said. Vicky Arlene Jensen remains in the custody of the Idaho Department of Corrections. She is there now, behind those walls, in a life that has been reduced to the dimensions of what she chose on the morning of September 9th, 1999. In the years since her sentencing, she has not faded quietly from the public record. She pursued legal appeals, arguing that her sentence was excessive. The Idaho Court of Appeals reviewed her case carefully, examining her background, her character, the circumstances of the crime, and the nature of the harm she had caused. They found no basis to reduce her sentence. The court noted the egregious nature of the crime, her pattern of threatening and intimidating behavior, and the calculated, deliberate manner in which the murder had been planned and carried out. The life sentence stood. She also attempted at one point to appeal a restitution order, requiring her to pay back the money that the state of Idaho had spent on Aletta Diane Ray's funeral and on support for her daughter. The Idaho Industrial Commission had paid out a significant sum for those costs, and the court required all 3 defendants to contribute to repaying it. Vicky objected, arguing that she should not have to pay because of the way the restitution order had been filed. The prosecutor's response was simple and cutting: pay as much as you can. This is the type of debt that can never be repaid. He was right, of course. No sum of money, no legal argument, no appeal filed from a prison cell could begin to address what had been taken from Aletta Diane Ray, from her daughter, and from everyone who had loved her. Autumn Pauls was released on parole in 2015, having served her sentence. As of recent records, she has been living in Idaho Falls, Idaho. Matthew Pearson remained incarcerated with parole eligibility until at least 2015 as well. And then there is Aletta. It is easy in stories like this one to let the villain consume all the light, to spend so much time on the darkness that the person at the heart of it all, the person whose life was taken, begins to blur at the edges, to become a fact rather than a feeling. I want to make sure that does not happen here. Aletta Diane Ray was 33 years old when she died. She was a nurse's aide who approached her work with a tenderness that her colleagues never forgot. She did not get short with difficult patients. She did not carry impatience into the room. She brought her smile in with her every single day, and she left it with the people who needed it most. She was a mother. She had a daughter she adored completely, a little girl who was the whole architecture of her love. The reason she got up in the morning, the reason she kept going when things were hard. She opened her door that morning in September because she was the kind of person who opened her door. She was the kind of person who said, yes, come in, you can use the phone. She did not deserve what happened to her. She had done nothing wrong. She had simply loved a man and made a home with him and tried to build a life that was good and quiet and real. And she begged for that life. In those last moments, with everything she had, there is something important in remembering that. Not because it is comfortable, but because Aletta Diane Ray deserves to be remembered. She deserves to be more than a name in a court document or a detail in a crime case. She was a real woman, with a real laugh and a real voice and a real little girl who grew up without her. Jade Scott and her daughter carries her forward now. She has Vernon Jensen to call. She has a fuller picture of who her mother was. And in a world that took so much from her, that is something real, something that matters, something that cannot be taken away. The story has been told, all of it, from the beginning to the end. From the hospital corridors in Boise, to the apartment in Twin Falls, to the courtroom and beyond. It is a heavy story, as true stories often are, but it is also a story that ends, in its own imperfect way, with truth prevailing, with a little girl growing up and finding decades later the voice of a man who loved her mother, and who wanted her to know it. There is something in that worth holding on to as you close your eyes now, as your breath slows and the weight of your body settles more deeply into the bed beneath you. Justice does not undo what has been done. It never can, but it names things correctly. It says plainly and without apology that some things are wrong, and that those who do them will be held, finally and fully, to account. Aletta Diane Ray was loved. She mattered. She is remembered. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Case of Caleb Flynn. Sometimes the most haunting stories begin in the quietest of neighborhoods, in the most ordinary of homes, on the most unremarkable of nights. A cul-de-sac in a small Ohio town, a sleeping household, a man who once sang of love on national television, and a woman beloved by her community who would never see the morning. This is the story of Caleb Flynn and the death of his wife Ashley. Tip City, Ohio is the kind of place that people describe with words like peaceful and warm and close-knit. Situated just north of Dayton, it is a quiet community of roughly 10,000 souls. A kind of town where neighbors know each other's names, where school volleyball coaches are remembered for their smiles, and where the local church is woven into the fabric of daily life. Streets are tree-lined, and the pace of living is slow and gentle. It is not the kind of place that makes national headlines. It is not the kind of place where horror is supposed to find a home. But in the early hours of Monday, February the 16th, 2026, something terrible broke the silence of Cunningham Court. A 911 dispatcher received a frantic call at around 2:30 in the morning. On the other end of the line was a man, breathless and panicked, his words tumbling over one another in a cascade of shock and grief. "Oh my God," the caller said. "Somebody broke into my home. Somebody broke into my home and shot my wife." The caller's name was Caleb Flynn, and within minutes police cruisers were rolling through the darkened streets of Tip City. heading toward a house where, they were told, a woman lay shot, unresponsive, and a possible intruder may still have been lurking somewhere inside. To understand this story, you have to understand who Caleb Flynn was, or at least who the world believed him to be. He was born in Braham, Minnesota, a small town in the heartland, a place not so different from Tip City in its quietness and its simplicity. From an early age, Caleb was defined by two great passions, his faith and his music. He grew up deeply embedded in Christian community, and by the time he reached adulthood, those two passions had merged into a calling. He became a worship pastor, a man who led congregations in song, whose voice was meant to be an instrument of something greater than himself. He attended Lee University, a private Christian institution in Cleveland, Tennessee, and it was there, among the halls of faith and study, that he met the woman who would become his wife. Her name was Ashley. She was bright, warm, and kind, and those who knew her said her smile was the sort that changed the temperature of a room. They fell in love the way young people do, quietly and completely, and they built a life together that looked from the outside like something out of a postcard. Faith, family, purpose, community. In 2013, Caleb Flynn decided to take a leap. He auditioned for American Idol Season 12. He stood before the judges in Chicago, drew a deep breath, and sang Bill Withers' "Lean on Me." The judges gave him what every hopeful contestant dreams of: a golden ticket to Hollywood. In the brief interview that accompanied his appearance on the show, the camera captured Caleb as a man radiantly in love with his life. "I absolutely love the Lord," he told the interviewer. "And I love my wife more than anything. She is very, very pretty. I love her. I'm just a normal person who absolutely loves to sing more than anything in the world." He credited Ashley directly for pushing him to audition, saying it was her encouragement that gave him the confidence to try. He even named Carrie Underwood, Season 4's winner, as his all-time favorite Idol contestant, with a boyish enthusiasm that made him easy to root for. He did not make it to the live rounds. He was cut somewhere in the early stages of Hollywood Week, but for a brief shining moment, Caleb Flynn had stood in the spotlight, and the world had smiled at him. After American Idol, Caleb returned to what he knew. He and Ashley settled into a life in the Dayton area of Ohio. Caleb took a position as a music pastor and worship leader at the Christian Life Center, a church that would become central to the couple's identity and community in the years that followed. For more than a decade, he stood at the front of that congregation, leading people in praise, his voice filling the space with something that felt, at least to those in the pews, like sincerity. Ashley, meanwhile, had carved out her own quiet and deeply admired place in the community. She was a substitute teacher and a volleyball coach at Tippecanoe Middle School, a woman who poured herself into the lives of young people with tireless warmth. She was known for her beautiful smile, warmth, kindness, and the positive impact she had on so many, both in and out of the classroom and on the court. Tip City schools would later say of her, in the kind of statement that is written when someone irreplaceable is suddenly violently gone, Ashley was a Tippecanoe High School alumna herself, a graduate of Lee University, the same university where she and Caleb had met and fallen in love. She had, in a sense, come full circle, back to the community that had shaped her, now shaping others in turn. Together, the Flynns had 2 young daughters. They lived on Cunningham Court, a cul-de-sac in Tip City, in a home that neighbors described as part of a quiet, wonderful block. They had 2 pet dogs. By every visible measure, theirs was a family of faith, of community, of love. Caleb had even transitioned into a second career in recent years, working as a vice president of sales at Richard D. Smith & Sons, a family-run company dealing in commercial flooring and worship seating. His LinkedIn profile, unremarkable in the way that so many lives look from the outside, said nothing about what was coming. The night of February the 15th, 2026 blended quietly into the early morning hours of the 16th. In the Flynn household on Cunningham Court, the 2 daughters were asleep in their rooms. The house was dark. The neighborhood was still. Whatever happened in those hours, in that bedroom, between those 2 people, only one person is alive to tell of it, and that person is Caleb Flynn. At 2:31 in the morning, the Miami County Communications Center received the call. Caleb's voice, on the recording that was later released to the public, is the voice of a man in either profound distress or a profound performance of it. "Oh my God, somebody broke into my home. Somebody broke into my home and shot my wife," he says. "My wife, she's got 2 shots to her head. There's blood everywhere. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." When asked if Ashley was breathing, Caleb replied, in a voice that cracked and splintered, "No, I don't think so." And then dissolving, "Ashley, Ashley, baby, baby, please. Oh my God, she's not." He told the dispatcher that he had been in the girl's bedroom before discovering what had happened. He said the door leading to the garage was wide open when he found it. He said the door leading to the garage was wide open when he found it. He said it was pitch black in the house. He said he did not know if an intruder was still inside. The call lasted nearly 8 minutes. In that time, the dispatcher instructed him to place something over the gunshot wounds. Officers were already en route, cutting through the sleeping dark of Tip City. When police arrived at the scene on Cunningham Court, they found Ashley Flynn in the master bedroom. She was in bed. She had been shot twice in the head. 2 shell casings lay on the floor near the foot of the bed. Ashley was pronounced dead at the scene. Their 2 daughters, unharmed, had slept through the entire event, unaware that their mother was gone. From the very beginning, the details of the scene troubled investigators. There were signs of what appeared to be forced entry, but something about those signs felt wrong. Officers moved through the house carefully, methodically, the way they are trained to do. And as they did, the story Caleb had told began to develop small, quiet fractures. In the garage, officers noticed the side door on the north side of the house was open. But when they looked more carefully, they saw something significant. A large refrigerator had been placed in front of that door. To open the door from the outside, as a burglar would have needed to do, someone would have had to push that refrigerator out of the way. There was no evidence of this. The refrigerator had not been moved, and yet the door was open. Officers noted, too, that the center console of a 2024 Ford truck parked in the garage was also open. Earlier, Caleb had mentioned to one of the first responding officers that this was the location where he stored his handgun. The console was open. The gun presumably was gone. Court documents would later allege that Ashley Flynn had been shot with a 9mm handgun. Caleb Flynn owned a 9mm handgun. The staging of the crime scene, investigators would conclude, was meant to lead officers toward a story about a home intruder. Instead, it led them quietly and inevitably toward the man who had made the 911 call. When police body cameras were eventually released to the public, they offered a window into those first chaotic, grief-soaked minutes after officers arrived. The footage inside the house was largely blurred, out of consideration for the family and the sanctity of the scene. But the footage outside was not blurred, and what it captured painted a deeply ambiguous portrait of a man in crisis. Caleb Flynn is seen sobbing. He is shaking, visibly struggling to breathe. He asks an officer again and again, "Is she gone?" And when the weight of the answer settles on him, he says over and over, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." At one point, he walks to the front yard and vomits. He is visibly in pieces. A woman, later identified as the children's grandmother, is seen comforting him as he says, "The girls don't know." He picks up his phone and calls his mother, who lives in Minnesota. "Mom," he says, "Ashley's dead. Someone broke in. She's dead." The call is brief, devastating, and recorded for the world to eventually hear. It is a portrait that could be read 2 ways. Either this was a man shattered by the worst night of his life, a husband destroyed by the sudden, senseless loss of the woman he had loved since college, or it was something else entirely. The officers on scene watching him closely made a quiet decision early on. One officer whispered to another, as captured on camera, to stay with Flynn at all times. He was not a suspect yet, not formally, but he was being watched. Later, Caleb voluntarily agreed to go to the Tip City Police Department and speak with detectives. He sat across from investigators and told them his version of events. He told them about the open garage door. He told them about finding Ashley. He told them everything he wanted them to know. For 3 days, Tip City held its breath. The community rallied. A GoFundMe was established by a family friend to support the Flynn daughters during what the organizer called an unimaginable time. Within weeks, that fund would receive over 1,400 donations and raise more than $166,000. The community poured its love and its grief into those two little girls, wanting in whatever small way it could to be present for them in the absence of their mother. At the Christian Life Center, where both Caleb and Ashley had served as staff members, the congregation was shattered. Pastor Jordan Hansen addressed his church family directly, acknowledging that hearts were heavy, that the grief was profound. A public celebration of life had initially been planned for the Sunday after Ashley's death, but then, on the Friday before it was to be held, the church quietly announced that there would be no public service, only a private invite-only gathering. The reason was not stated plainly, but the reason was coming. Investigators had spent those 3 days working relentlessly. The Tip City Police Department had called in assistance from the Miami County Sheriff's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. The Miami County Prosecutor's Office was involved. This was not a small investigation. This was every available resource converging on a single question: who killed Ashley Flynn? By the evening of Thursday, February the 19th, they had their answer. Or at least they believed they did. Officers returned to the Flynn home on Cunningham Court, and this time they were not there to offer comfort. They placed Caleb Flynn in handcuffs, and they took him to jail. The charges filed against Caleb Flynn in Miami County Municipal Court were serious and specific. He was charged with 1 count of murder, 2 counts of felonious assault with a deadly weapon, and 2 counts of tampering with evidence. The criminal complaint alleged that Caleb Flynn had murdered his wife in the morning hours of February the 16th, 2026. It alleged that he had used a 9mm handgun, and it alleged that he had staged the crime scene in a deliberate attempt to mislead law enforcement, to point suspicion toward a fictitious burglar, and away from himself. The day after his arrest, Caleb Flynn appeared before Judge Samuel Huffman via video arraignment from the Miami County Jail. He looked tired, hollow, the air of a man for whom the walls of everything had come down at once. He pleaded not guilty to all charges, and when the judge asked him to speak, Caleb's words were simple and striking. "I just want to take care of my daughters," he said. "I'm not a risk." The judge set his bond at $2 million. It was a number that kept Caleb Flynn exactly where investigators wanted him, inside a cell, away from the world, away from the finances, away from the daughters who still did not fully understand what had happened to their mother. Caleb Flynn's defense attorney, L. Patrick Mulligan, moved quickly to frame the narrative from his client's perspective. In a statement issued shortly after the arrest, Mulligan expressed what he called both disappointment and concern about the speed of the proceedings. "We are both disappointed and concerned about the short timeline and seeming rush to judgment in this case," he said. When the government runs out of leads or can't develop leads and looks at a surviving spouse in cases such as these, the chance of a wrongful conviction increases. He also pushed back on the $2 million bond, noting that it prevented Caleb from attending Ashley's funeral, calling it an unspeakable tragedy. The defense later filed waivers for a speedy trial and for the time requirements around the preliminary hearing, pushing the initial court date from February the 26th to March the 26th. Tip City Police Chief Greg Adkins, for his part, did not take the suggestion of a rushed investigation quietly. In his statement, he said the investigation had not moved fast at all. Rather, he said, it has progressed at a pace dictated by a thorough and deliberate investigative process. He noted that the arrest had been the result of countless hours of work by his department and every assisting agency. He was careful not to release specific investigative details, citing the ongoing nature of the case. But his confidence was unmistakable. Probable cause, he said, had existed to charge Caleb Flynn with the murder of his wife. As the weeks passed and the case grew, a new dimension emerged. One that is, in true crime, as old as time itself. Money, specifically a life insurance policy. Ashley Flynn's family hired their own attorney and filed motions in court, seeking access to the couple's financial records. What they found, or at least what they alleged in court documents, was this. Caleb Flynn was listed as the primary beneficiary of a life insurance policy taken out on Ashley's life. Ashley's family stated directly, in the language of their court filing, that Caleb Flynn had the motive, the opportunity and the means to dissipate those assets, to move them, to transfer them to third parties, or to place them beyond the reach of the children and Ashley's estate. They asked the court to freeze those accounts. They asked for access to bank records, retirement accounts, real estate holdings, vehicle records, and any other financial documentation that might illuminate the full picture of the couple's situation. They also asked for a domestic violence temporary protection order, designed not only to physically protect the children, but to preserve their financial future. Under Ohio's Slayer statute, if Caleb Flynn is convicted of Ashley's murder, he would be legally barred from receiving any proceeds from her life insurance policy. Those funds would instead pass to their children. The statute also applies to inheritance under wills, trusts, and other financial instruments. Ashley's family was making sure that regardless of what happened in the courtroom, the financial walls around those two little girls would hold. A Miami County court official also noted quietly that the prosecutor's office was considering filing additional charges beyond those already on the books. The case, it seemed, was still growing. In the rush of headlines and court filings and legal maneuvering, it is easy for the person at the center of it all to become a footnote. Ashley Flynn was not a footnote. She was 37 years old. She was a mother of 2 young daughters who loved her completely. She was a volleyball coach who knew the names of every child on her team, and who stayed after practice to listen when a kid needed to talk. She was a substitute teacher who showed up with enthusiasm even when the day did not require it. She was, by every account from every person who knew her, a light. She was known as a shining light of joy to all who crossed her path. Her online obituary read, effortlessly encouraging others along the way. The people who taught beside her remembered her beautiful smile. The children she coached remembered her warmth. Her church remembered her faith. Her family remembered everything. Our hearts are shattered, Ashley's family said in a statement, in the days following Caleb's arrest. Ashley brought endless light to our world, and we are trying to navigate this immense loss. Our family believes this arrest was made carefully and not without serious consideration. After speaking with both local police and federal authorities, we trust the proper steps were taken and the process is being handled appropriately. It was a statement that carried everything: grief, trust, restraint, and the quiet, dignified fury of a family that had lost someone irreplaceable. Tip City responded to Ashley's death the way small towns do, with food and flowers and prayer and money and silence and a certain shared bewilderment that something this dark could have found its way to their quiet cul-de-sac. Neighbors who had watched the Flynn family come and go over the years, who had waved to them from driveways and chatted with them at school events, described them as wonderful, as normal, as the last people you would expect. The Christian Life Center, still trying to find its footing in the wake of losing 2 of its own to very different kinds of tragedy, urged its congregation toward prayer rather than speculation. A community that had believed in Caleb Flynn, that had sung beside him and been led by his voice in worship, now had to hold 2 contradictory images in mind at once: the man at the pulpit and the man in the jail cell. It is the kind of cognitive dissonance that a community carries for a long time. Police were careful to assure residents of Tip City that the shooting had been an isolated incident, that there was no danger to the broader community, that no unknown intruder was out there in the dark. The streets were safe, the neighborhood was safe. The threat, they implied without quite saying it, had been inside the house the whole time. As of early March 2026, Caleb Flynn remains held in the Miami County Jail. His $2 million bond has not been posted. No trial date has been set. His preliminary hearing, which was originally scheduled for February the 26th, was postponed to March the 26th after his defense team requested additional time to review police reports and laboratory test results. The defense has also filed motions to seal future case documents from the public record, citing concerns about Caleb's ability to receive a fair trial in the face of intense media coverage. Prosecutors, meanwhile, are still building their case. The collaboration between the Tip City Police Department, the Miami County Sheriff's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and the Miami County Prosecutor's Office continues. Charges, as noted, may still be expanded, and the family of Ashley Flynn is watching every filing every motion, every procedural step, making sure that the system does not forget who it is supposed to be fighting for. The two daughters of Caleb and Ashley Flynn are being cared for by family. The GoFundMe established in their name continues to grow, a digital monument to the way communities reach across the silence when they do not know what else to do. Those children will grow up asking questions that no one can fully answer, about what happened that night, about the man who sang at church, about the mother who never came back to their rooms to say good morning. True crime is not about the crime itself, not really. It is about the space between who we think people are and who they actually are. It is about the way ordinary lives can carry extraordinary darkness. It is about the victims who deserve to be more than a news story, more than a court exhibit, more than a name in a filing. Ashley Flynn deserves to be remembered for her smile, and her warmth, and her volleyball court, and the young people whose lives she shaped. Not only for the way she died. That is the hardest part of these stories, and the most important part too. Caleb Flynn has pleaded not guilty. He is, under the law, innocent until proven otherwise. The legal process is still unfolding, and it will take the time it takes. Whatever the truth is, it is being sought by a great many people, with a great many tools, and with the weight of a community's grief behind it. For now, settle in. Let your breathing slow. Let the story sit with you quietly, the way all true things do, not demanding resolution, simply asking to be held. Ashley Flynn was real, and she mattered. And somewhere in Ohio, two little girls are growing up carrying her memory forward into a world that will slowly make more sense to them. That is the part of the story that continues. That is the part that matters most. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. The Case of Nicole Booth. Tonight, I'm going to tell you another story. It is a true story, the kind that lingers long after it's over. The kind that matters, not because it is dramatic, but because it is human. It is the story of a woman, a mother, a person who deserved so much more than what she was given. It is a story that unfolded quietly, behind closed doors, in a small corner of northeastern Ohio, where the fields stretch wide, and the winters come hard, and life for so many is simply a matter of endurance. Her name was Nicole, and she deserved to be remembered. There is a township in Ashtabula County, Ohio, called Dorset. It is the kind of place that most people pass through without stopping. A stretch of rural road, some farmland, a scattering of homes set back from the highway, mailboxes at the end of long gravel driveways. The kind of place where neighbors don't always know each other's business, where the pace of life moves slowly, where trouble, when it comes, tends to stay hidden behind walls and locked doors, and the quiet pride of people who do not ask for help. Ashtabula County sits in the far northeastern corner of the state of Ohio, hugged by the southern shore of Lake Erie. The lake brings cold winters, heavy with snow and gray skies that stretch on for weeks. It is a region with deep roots in working-class history, a place where generations of families have planted themselves and stayed, where community ties run thick and personal struggles are often carried alone. It was here on a road called Mill Road in the township of Dorset that Nicole Booth made her home. She was 34 years old, she was a mother, and she was loved, in the way that people are quietly loved. Not with fanfare or proclamation, but in the soft, steady way of those who show up, who hold on, who keep going no matter how heavy the weight becomes. Nicole shared her home with Thomas Grayley, the father of her two young children. Their children were small, still in the years of childhood where the world feels mostly safe, where home is the center of everything, where the people who are supposed to protect you are the only people in the world who truly matter. What Nicole's children witnessed inside that home, over the years and months before November of 2021, is a thing that no child should ever have to carry. But children, so often, are the silent witnesses to the worst things adults do to one another, and they carry those things long after the rest of the world moves on. Nicole Booth was born in 1987. She was 34 years old when she died. She was a woman in the middle of her life, not at the beginning, not yet at whatever ending she might have imagined for herself. 34 is an age of possibility, an age where the future still stretches out ahead, where there is still time to change, to grow, to leave, to begin again. She had two children, a boy and a girl, ages 7 and 9 at the time of her death. Two small people who needed her, who looked up at her face every morning, who heard her voice as the sound of home. Nicole was not a woman who existed in headlines or public records before the autumn of 2021. She was, in the truest sense, an ordinary person, living an ordinary life in a small town, raising her children, waking up every day and doing what needed to be done. And that ordinariness is not a flaw in the story. It is the heart of it. Because the story of Nicole Booth is not the story of someone remarkable only in their suffering. It is the story of a real woman with a real life who happened to find herself in a situation that is, tragically, far more common than most people know. According to the prosecutor who later stood in court and spoke on her behalf, Nicole and her children had been victims of domestic violence, physical abuse, and trauma for years. Years. Not weeks, not months, though the documented abuse in the final stretch of her life spanned at least 2 months. But the broader pattern of abuse, the slow grinding erosion of safety inside that home, had been present long before anyone outside those walls knew about it. It went unreported. To law enforcement, and to children's services, the family simply did not appear on the radar. This is one of the most painful and most common truths about domestic violence. It lives in silence. It thrives in isolation. It is fed by fear and shame and the complicated, tender love that people sometimes hold for the very person who is hurting them. Nicole did not call for help, and for a long time no one knew she needed it. Thomas Joe Grayley Jr. was 37 years old in November of 2021. He was Nicole's live-in partner, the father of her two children, the man who shared her home on Mill Road. By all outward appearances, the household was simply a family, tucked away from the road, living the kind of quiet rural life that draws little attention from the outside world. But inside, something very different was happening. The investigation that would later be conducted by the Ashtabula County Sheriff's Detective Bureau would reveal that Booth had been beaten, repeatedly and systematically, over a period of at least 2 months before that November night when everything finally broke open. 2 months. 2 months of blows and burns and bruises layered upon bruises. 2 months of her children in the next room. 2 months of waking up in the morning and putting one foot in front of the other, because that is what you do when you are a mother, when you are afraid, when leaving feels more impossible than staying. The details of what Thomas Grayley did to Nicole Booth in those 2 months are not entirely known to the public. Courts often seal the full weight of what happened inside a home. But the evidence that deputies found when they finally walked through the door of that Mill Road house on the night of November 15th, 2021, told a story so clear that no words were needed. Severe bruising on her head, her face, her arms. Cigarette burns. The kind of marks that are not accidents, not the result of a moment of rage, but of something calculated, something repeated, something that speaks to a desire not just to harm but to control. By the time law enforcement arrived, Nicole was already gone in every way that mattered, except one. She was still breathing. For a few more days, she was still breathing. Let the date settle for a moment. November 15th, 2021. It was a Monday. The evenings in northeastern Ohio in mid-November are cold and dark. The sun sets before 5 o'clock. By the time it goes down, the world outside shrinks to the circle of light nearest to you. The lamp on the table, the glow from a television, the warmth of the only home you have. That evening, Thomas Grayley made a phone call. He called the Ashtabula County Sheriff's Office and reported that his girlfriend was not breathing. He said they had been arguing. He said she told him she didn't feel well. He said she suddenly fell to the floor and stopped breathing. It was a story thin enough to see through. When the deputies arrived at the home on Mill Road, they found Nicole Booth unconscious on the floor. She was unresponsive. Emergency personnel were already working on her. And what they saw, what any trained eye could not have failed to see, was the evidence of a violence that had not begun that evening, and had not been quick. The bruising was not new. The cigarette burns were not fresh. This was not the aftermath of one argument, one terrible moment of lost control. This was the accumulated record of weeks of sustained abuse, written in her skin. Growley was at the scene. He was questioned. He repeated his story about the argument, about her falling. And then when deputies pressed further, he went quiet. He refused to answer. He was arrested that night on charges of felonious assault. Nicole was taken by ambulance to University Hospital's Gauga Medical Center, a regional hospital not far from the scene, but her injuries were too severe for the local facility. She was soon transported to a hospital in Cleveland, where a team of physicians would work to hold her to the earth for a few more days. Her two children, who had been home when it happened, who had heard whatever they heard and seen whatever fragments of truth had been visible to them that night, were released into the care of a family member. They went to sleep that night in a different house. They did not know yet what the coming days would bring. There are few silences as heavy as the silence of a hospital waiting room. The hum of machines. The soft footsteps of nurses at all hours. The fluorescent light that makes everything look slightly unreal. The way time seems to stretch and compress at once, each hour lasting forever. And yet the days slipping past faster than you can hold them. Nicole Booth lay in a hospital in Cleveland in the care of doctors doing what doctors do, working against the damage done to a human body by deliberate, repeated violence. The coroner would later determine that she died of blunt force trauma to her head and trunk. The injuries were not those of a fall. They were not those of an accident. They were the result of a human body being struck, hard and often, in ways that the flesh and bone and brain cannot sustain. A few days after she was brought in, Nicole Booth died. She was 34 years old. She left behind two children, ages 7 and 9, and she left behind a case that was now no longer a felonious assault case. It was a murder case. The Ashtabula County Sheriff's Detective Bureau took over the investigation. Under the direction of Lieutenant Sean Ward, the detectives began the patient, methodical work of building a picture of what had happened inside that Mill Road home. Not just on the night of November 15th, but in the weeks and months before. Investigators spoke to people who knew Nicole. They gathered evidence from the home. They examined the medical records, the coroner's findings, the detailed and unambiguous language of trauma mapped onto a body. What emerged was a portrait of sustained abuse. The bruising was not from a single event. The burns were not from a single night. The injuries to Nicole's head and trunk were layered. Some older and healing, some newer, some fresh. Her body had been recording what was happening to her long before anyone outside that house had known to look. Prosecutors later said, in their statements to the court, that Nicole and her children, ages 7 and 9, had been living with domestic violence, physical abuse, and trauma for years. Years of it, silently, unreported to law enforcement, unreported to children's services, hidden in the way that so much domestic abuse is hidden, behind the ordinary face of a family, behind a front door on a rural road, behind the quiet that the world outside assumes as peace. Thomas Graley was charged with aggravated murder. He was held in the Ashtabula County Jail on a cash bond of $500,000. He remained there awaiting trial as the legal process moved forward in its slow and deliberate way. At one point during the pretrial proceedings, the court ordered Graley to undergo mental health evaluation and treatment, a common step in cases of this nature, a legal formality that does little to restore what has been taken. A trial date was eventually set for January of 2023, but it would not come to that. Jefferson, Ohio is the county seat of Ashtabula County. It is a small town, the kind with a courthouse at its center, a building that has stood for well over 100 years, that has witnessed the full range of human failing and human reckoning across generations. The kind of building where justice, imperfect as it always is, at least makes an attempt at form. On a Wednesday in late October of 2022, nearly one full year after Nicole Booth's death, Thomas Greeley Jr. stood before Ashtabula County Court of Common Pleas Judge David Schroeder. He was 38 years old. He did not go to trial. He pleaded guilty to aggravated murder in the beating death of Nicole Booth, the mother of his children, the woman who had shared his home, who had trusted him enough, or feared him enough, to stay for years despite whatever was happening behind those walls. The plea was the result of negotiations with the prosecution. In exchange for the guilty plea, Greeley was sentenced immediately, 25 years to life in prison. Judge Schroeder presided over the hearing. There was no long trial, no parade of witnesses, no weeks of testimony laying bare the details of what Nicole's final months had been like. The case was resolved with a single word from the man who had ended her life: guilty. Chief Deputy Terry Moisio, speaking on behalf of the sheriff's office, took a moment after sentencing to acknowledge the work of the detectives who had built the case. He thanked Lieutenant Sean Ward and the Detective Bureau for what he called their hard work, the quiet, unglamorous labor of piecing together the truth from the evidence left behind in a small house on Mill Road. Thomas Greeley was transferred from the Ashtabula County Jail to an Ohio State prison, where he will serve his sentence, eligible for potential release no sooner than 25 years from the date of his sentencing. If the parole board should ever see fit to grant it, he will be in his 60s before he has any chance of walking free. There are two children in this story, and I want to pause here gently and hold space for them. They were 7 and 9 years old in November of 2021. They were home on the night of November 15th. They heard the sounds of that house. They felt the silence of the days that followed. They went to live with a family member. They lost their mother. They watched their father taken away in handcuffs. Their names have never been made public, and they should not be. They deserve the quiet protection of privacy, especially now, especially as they grow into whatever lives are still possible for them. But they are real, and they are part of this story. Prosecutor Colleen O'Toole, who handled the case, made a point of saying in her public statements that the abuse Nicole had endured had also been suffered by her children. Not just witnessed, suffered. The physical, emotional, and psychological weight of living inside a home where violence is ordinary leaves marks that do not appear in any coroner's report, but that are just as real, just as lasting. Children who grow up in homes like Nicole's home on Mill Road carry the memory of those years in ways that shape everything that comes after. How they love, how they trust, what they reach for, and what they run from. The research on this is extensive and heartbreaking, and none of it offers easy comfort. What those two children will need more than anything is time and steadiness, and people who show up for them quietly, consistently, without conditions. I hope they have found those people. I hope they are safe. One of the most common questions asked after a case like Nicole Booth's is, why didn't anyone know? It is a fair question, and it deserves a careful answer. Domestic violence is one of the most underreported crimes in the United States. The reasons are as varied as the people who experience it. Fear of escalation, fear of the children being taken away, financial dependence, emotional attachment, the complicated architecture of love and loyalty that does not simply dissolve because harm is being done. And then there is shame, the particular corrosive shame of believing, on some level, that what is happening to you is somehow your fault, or your secret to keep. In small rural communities, the silence around domestic violence can be even deeper. There are fewer resources, there is less anonymity. There are social pressures that make coming forward feel like a kind of exposure that is as frightening as the abuse itself. And in a county like Ashtabula, where families are often isolated by geography, where neighbors may be miles apart, the ordinary signals that might alert a community to trouble are simply absent. Nobody called. Nobody knocked on the door on Mill Road and asked if Nicole was all right. Nobody saw the bruises in time to do anything about them. This is not an accusation, it is an observation about how effectively abuse hides itself, how thoroughly a person in Nicole's situation can become invisible even to those who care about them. The prosecutor's statement that the abuse had gone unreported to both law enforcement and children's services for years is not a condemnation of Nicole. It is a statement about the conditions that allowed Thomas Greeley to do what he did for as long as he did it. Systems fail. Communities miss the signs. And women die in houses on quiet rural roads. far from anyone who could have helped. I want to say her name again. Nicole Booth. She was 34 years old. She was a mother of two. She was born in 1987, which means she was alive during all the same years that many of you listening to this were also alive. Walking through the same decades, watching the same seasons change, carrying your own hopes and worries and ordinary days. She liked things we will never know she liked. She had opinions about food, about weather, about the small inconveniences of everyday life. She had a laugh that someone remembers. She had a way of saying goodnight to her children, some particular ritual or phrase that made them feel safe that was hers alone. All of that was taken from her, by a man who had no right to take it. True crime, as a genre, sometimes reduces people like Nicole to their suffering, to the details of their injuries, to the timeline of a case, to the procedural steps of an investigation and a prosecution. And while those details matter because they are the architecture of justice, they are not the whole of who she was. Nicole Booth was a person. She was a person who deserved a long life, a safe home, children who grew up watching her grow old. She deserved ordinary Novembers, year after year, the kind where nothing happens except the cold coming in and the leaves going down, and the kids coming home from school, and the evening settling quietly around a family that is whole. She deserved all of that, and she did not get it. The night is quiet now. Wherever you are listening to this, the world outside has slowed, the sounds have softened, and the space around you is still. Stories like Nicole's are hard to hold. They remind us that danger is sometimes closest in the places we expect to be safest. They remind us that silence has a cost, and that the people most in need of help are often the ones we never see. But there is something in the telling of these stories, something important, something that resists the forgetting. When we speak the names of people like Nicole Booth, when we sit quietly in the dark and hear the shape of their lives, we offer them a kind of witness. We say, we know you were here. We know what happened to you. We have not forgotten. And sometimes, just sometimes, hearing a story like this prompts one person listening, maybe you, to look a little more carefully at the people around them, to ask a question, to make a call, to hold the door open, literally or otherwise, for someone who needs a way out. If you or someone you know is in a situation like Nicole's, the National Domestic Violence Hotline is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The number is 1-800-799-7233. You can also text START to the number 88788. There is help. There is always help, even when it feels impossibly far away. Rest now. Let your breathing slow. Let the story settle and then release it the way you release a breath, gently, completely. You are safe. You are here. And tomorrow the world will still be asking you to pay attention to the people in it. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. The Murder of Alicia Masidi. Tonight we are going to explore a story together, a true story. A story that, like so many of the ones we carry in this world, begins with a child and a home, and the quiet, ordinary hope that a life might unfold gently, kindly, the way a life should. But some stories do not unfold that way. Some stories take a darker turn, and in the telling of them, in the slow and careful laying out of the truth, there is a kind of justice, a kind of honoring, a way of saying to someone who cannot hear it anymore that they were seen, that they mattered, that the world knows their name. Tonight that name is Alicia Masidi. She was 14 years old, and she deserved so much more than what she was given. So we are going to sit with her story, gently, and we are going to follow it from its beginning. all the way to its end, all the way to the moment when, after more than 11 years, justice finally quietly arrived. The Central Valley of California is a long, flat stretch of the American interior. It is farmland, and highway, and small towns that sit quietly beneath enormous skies. Ceres is one of those towns. A modest community, a neighborhood of ordinary streets and ordinary homes, where children ride bikes in the afternoon and the evenings smell of cut grass and warm asphalt. It is the kind of place you would think where nothing very terrible could happen. But Alicia Mesiti did not end up in Ceres by chance. She ended up there because a court decided her life should go in that direction. And that decision, made by people who were supposed to protect her, would cost Alicia everything. To understand how that happened, we have to go back a little further. Back to a family already fractured, already struggling, already carrying the kind of quiet damage that accumulates when people who should not be together stay together far too long. Alicia's mother was a woman named Roberta Allen. By the accounts of those who knew her, Roberta was a mother who loved her children deeply. She had battled with depression for years. She had lived through a relationship with a man who frightened her, a man who had hurt her, and she carried the weight of that in the way that survivors of abuse so often do. Quietly, invisibly, in ways that the outside world does not always recognize as wounds. That man was Mark Mesiti. Mark Mesiti was Alicia's father. He was also, by the time the California court system became involved in his children's lives, a man with a long and documented history of criminal behavior. In the 7 years before he was ever given custody of Alicia and her brother, Mark had been convicted of bank fraud, of drunk driving, and had faced charges of domestic violence against Roberta. He had pleaded guilty to a lesser charge in that domestic violence case, and had been ordered to attend anger management classes. He had also failed to comply with court orders requiring him to attend drug and alcohol treatment programs. That failure had landed him in prison for a period of time for violating his probation. This was the record of a man who would eventually be handed the lives of 2 children. The family court process that led to this outcome was one that, to those who lived through it from the outside, felt deeply and profoundly wrong. Roberta Allen later described her experience of those custody proceedings as, in her own words, very angled toward Mark. She could not afford an attorney. Mark had one. And in the world of family court, that difference, that imbalance of resources and legal representation, can determine everything. A court investigator would describe Roberta as an unfit mother, citing her history of depression. A court-appointed children's lawyer, a woman named Johnny Herring, submitted a report to the presiding judge, a Santa Clara County Superior Court judge named Vincent Chiarello. In that report, Johnny Herring expressed her serious concerns. She recommended only a supervised temporary placement with Mark Mesiti, citing what she described as, in her own words, sufficient issues and risks to these minors. She had written, directly and plainly, that she was deeply concerned about both minors, especially Alicia. The judge read those words, and in November of 2005, he awarded Mark Mesiti full custody of Alicia and her brother anyway. It was a decision that Alicia's maternal great-aunt, a San Jose woman named Roberta Fitzpatrick, would never forgive. She would spend years writing letters to that judge, asking him to acknowledge that a mistake had been made. He would never respond. He would, over and over again, decline to comment. The family court could have saved Alicia, Roberta Fitzpatrick would say, years later, her voice still carrying the weight of it, but they sent her to live with a really evil person. In 2005, Mark Mesiti moved from the Bay Area to a house on Alexis Avenue in Ceres, California. He enrolled Alicia in Central Valley High School that September. Her records were submitted on the 15th of September, 2005, but Alicia never attended. Not a single day. Within weeks, a request was made to transfer her school records to a high school in Santa Cruz. And then nothing. No enrollment. No attendance. No record of a 14-year-old girl living any kind of visible public life. This is one of the most haunting threads of Alicia's story. She had been placed in her father's care by a court of law. And from the moment she crossed the threshold of that house on Alexis Avenue, she effectively disappeared from the world. No school. No friends who could later account for her days. No teacher who ever looked up from a roster and said, "Where is that girl?" We now know from what Mark Masidi himself would eventually confess in open court what was happening inside that house during those months. From July of 2005, Mark Masidi had begun administering drugs to his daughter: prescription antidepressants, benzodiazepines, morphine, methadone, a cocktail of substances designed, carefully and deliberately, to render a 14-year-old child unconscious, to strip her of awareness, of sensation, of the ability to know what was being done to her. While Alicia lay unconscious, her father photographed and videotaped what he did to her. More than 40 instances, documented by the man who committed them. Hundreds of thousands of images would eventually be found on his computers, his hard drives, his memory cards. Hundreds of those images showed Alicia, obviously sedated, obviously helpless, obviously unaware. She never knew. She could not have known. That perhaps is the cruelest detail of all, in a story full of cruel details. From July of 2005 until the spring of 2006, this continued. And then something changed. Around the middle of August 2006, Alicia Masidi was gone. On the 14th of August 2006, a woman named Shelley Walker, who was Mark Masidi's girlfriend at the time, flew from Los Angeles to Northern California to visit Mark at the Series house. 2 days later, on the 16th of August, Mark Masidi reported to police that his 14-year-old daughter had run away. His story was this: Alicia had, he said, traveled to the San Jose area on the 11th of August to visit a friend. She had then telephoned on the 13th to say that she had instead gone camping with other friends, but would not say where she was or who she was with. After that, Mark told police she had called periodically to check in, to let him know she was all right, but had never disclosed her location. It was the kind of story that on its surface might have seemed plausible. Teenagers run away. It happens. And Alicia, the story went, was a troubled girl who had not gotten along with her mother, who had some history of difficulty. But her mother, Roberta Allen, was not convinced. Not for a single moment. Roberta went to police and told them directly that she did not believe Alicia had run away. She suspected something far darker, something she could not fully articulate, but could feel with the fierce and terrible certainty that a mother carries in her bones. She pleaded for investigators to look more carefully. She knew. For a time, though, the investigation remained quiet. Mark Masidi maintained his story. He continued to claim that Alicia called him from time to time, that she was fine, just gone, a runaway, a troubled teenager who had chosen, as teenagers sometimes do, to disappear. Meanwhile, Mark Masidi packed up the house on Alexis Avenue and left Ceres altogether. About 6 months after Alicia was reported missing, he moved to Los Angeles. Months passed, then a year, then nearly 2 years. In October of 2008, Ceres police sergeants reached out to the local newspaper, the Ceres Courier, asking them to run a story in hopes that someone in the public might come forward with information about Alicia's whereabouts. Mark Masidi, all the while, was still claiming to know nothing of his daughter's fate. The case had gone quiet, but it had not gone cold. By March of 2009, investigators had begun to shift their approach. Nearly 3 years had passed since Alicia Masidi had been reported missing. Nearly 3 years of her mother's anguish, of a father maintaining his lie with the practiced ease of a man who believed he had buried his secret deep enough that no one would ever find it. Ceres police brought a cadaver-detecting canine to the house on Alexis Avenue. The dog's name was CJ. CJ hid on the backyard. A team of investigators moved in and began to dig. In the backyard of the house where Alicia had last been seen alive, just a few feet from the edge of the patio, wrapped in heavy black plastic sheeting and bound with duct tape, buried beneath feet of dirt, they found the remains of a child. Those remains were later identified as Alicia Masidi. She had been 14 years old when she died. She had been buried in her own backyard, in the yard of the house her father had rented, in the quiet neighborhood of Ceres, California, just blocks from an elementary school. She had lain there for nearly 3 years while her father told police she was fine, while he moved to Los Angeles, while he carried on his life. The date was the 25th of March, 2009, and on that same date, on the other side of the state, Roberta Allen's worst and most certain fear was finally officially confirmed. She had waited 31 months to know the truth. 31 months of hoping she was wrong, while being certain she was right. There is no name for that kind of grief. 3 days after Alicia's body was found, Cerise police tracked Mark Masidi to a Los Angeles apartment on Bentley Avenue, which he shared with his girlfriend Shelley Wellborn. They obtained a search warrant. What they found there compounded the horror of what had already been discovered. Mark Masidi and Shelley Wellborn were running a methamphetamine laboratory in the same apartment where children were living. Both were arrested and booked on drug and child endangerment charges. Mark Masidi was taken into custody on the 28th of March, 2009. He has been behind bars every day since. An autopsy was performed on Alicia's remains. The medical examiner determined that Alicia Masidi died of acute drug intoxication. A toxicological analysis of her remains revealed the presence of opiates, morphine, amphetamine, methamphetamine, benzodiazepines, diazepam, methadone, and antidepressants. A mixture of substances so powerful, so deliberately administered, that a 14-year-old girl's body could not survive them. Prosecutors said clearly and plainly that Mark Masidi was responsible for her death. He had put those drugs into his daughter's body. He had done so deliberately, systematically over the course of months. And in the end, those drugs had killed her. A case against Mark Masidi was now a murder case. But the road from arrest to justice would prove to be extraordinarily long, extraordinarily painful. For Alicia's family, for the investigators, for everyone who had devoted years to seeing this case through. The process that followed was a slow and agonizing test of patience. Mark Masidi was first prosecuted in Los Angeles County for the methamphetamine laboratory charges. That drug trial concluded on the 18th of March, 2011, when Masidi was convicted and sentenced to 5 years in prison. His girlfriend Shelley Wellborn testified against him. Only after he served that sentence was Masidi transferred to Stanislaus County in June of 2011 to face the murder charges. And then the delays began in earnest. Defense attorneys were appointed. Defense attorneys withdrew. There were conflicts of interest, legal motions, procedural challenges. At one point in the year 2015, Masidi expressed a desire to represent himself in court, a maneuver that prosecutors recognized immediately as yet another delay tactic. The case dragged forward, year after year, the family waiting, always waiting. Alicia's great aunt, Roberta Fitzpatrick, had been following the proceedings since June of 2011. She described Mark Masidi as, in her words, a snake in the grass. She described the family court system that had sent Alicia to live with him as, in her words, a real cesspool. She spoke of how Roberta Allen had been fighting for years, without money, without an attorney, while Mark worked behind the scenes with legal representation she could not match. He had been working behind the scenes, Fitzpatrick said, and she had been fighting ever since. He had an attorney and she didn't. She had a good relationship with the kids. She was the only one who supported them all those years. She had been essentially terrorized by Mark Masidi for years, and he blindsided her. The picture that emerged through years of investigation and legal proceedings was of a man who had manipulated every system he encountered. The family court system, the criminal justice system, his own family. He had manipulated with patience and calculation. He had manipulated even the process of facing justice, stretching it out across years, making the people who loved Alicia wait and wait and wait. But the case did keep moving forward. Slowly, haltingly, through all the obstacles, it moved forward. The trial of Mark Edward Masidi finally began on the 3rd of October, 2017. He was 49 years old. 11 years had passed since Alicia died. The Stanislaus County Superior Court in Modesto, California. The trial began with prosecutors laying out what they had found, evidence that they said was overwhelming, and photographic and devastating. Chief Deputy District Attorney Annette Reese told the court that investigators had seized Mark Masidi's computers, his hard drives, his memory cards, and his digital video recorders. On those devices, they had found photographic images and video recordings of Masidi sexually assaulting his daughter while she was unconscious, blacked out from the drugs he had given her. They had also found on those same devices hundreds of thousands of additional images of child pornography, among them videos showing Mercedes sexually assaulting a girl who was only 8 years old, the daughter of a woman he had been involved with while living in Los Angeles. There were also recordings of a 16-year-old girl Mercedes had befriended, subjected to the same horrors. The scope of what had been uncovered was staggering. 49 criminal charges had been filed. The prosecution was seeking the death penalty. For the courtroom audience, which included Alicia's great-aunt Roberta Fitzpatrick, the early days of the trial meant sitting and listening to testimony about things that, once heard, cannot be forgotten. It was, by any measure, an almost unbearable ordeal. Mark Mercedes' defense attorney at the time, a man named Martin Baker, attempted to construct an alternative narrative. He claimed that Aaliyah had been addicted to drugs for 2 years before her death, and that she had died not at her father's hand but as a result of her own intake of substances. He cited a diary that he said Aaliyah had written, in which he claimed she had written that if she turned up dead it would be because she had taken her own life. He cited a passage in which he said Aaliyah had written that she wanted to feel nothing. The prosecution countered this narrative with testimony from one of Alicia's friends, who stated clearly that while Alicia may have smoked marijuana or had a drink now and then, she did not use hard drugs. She was not an addict. She was a 14-year-old girl. The trial was expected to last for months. And then, about 2 weeks in, something unexpected happened. Mark Mercedes stopped the proceedings. He agreed to plead guilty. On the 17th of October, 2017, in the Stanislaus County Superior Court, Mark Edward Mercedes entered guilty pleas to 49 criminal charges. In exchange, the district attorney's office agreed to remove the death penalty from consideration. Mercedes would face life in prison without the possibility of parole instead. But the prosecution did not simply allow him to nod his head and agree. Chief Deputy District Attorney Annette Reese required something more. She required Mark Mercedes to stand in open court and read, aloud, a detailed personal statement admitting every crime he had committed. Not simply to say that he agreed with a list of charges, but to say, in his own words, spoken in public, what he had done. For more than an hour, Mark Mercedes stood in a court of law and confessed. He admitted to drugging his daughter from July of 2005 through May of 2006. He admitted to administering prescription antidepressants, benzodiazepines, morphine, and methadone to her for the purpose of rendering her unconscious. He admitted to rape, to sodomy, to oral copulation, to digital penetration. He admitted that his administration of those drugs caused Alicia's death. He admitted to the crimes against the 8-year-old girl in Los Angeles. He admitted to the crimes against the 16 and 17-year-old girl. Every charge, out loud, in his own voice, for more than an hour. For Roberta Fitzpatrick, sitting in that courtroom and hearing those words, it was, as she later said, both a relief and a horror. But it was the truth. And the truth, however long it took to arrive, had finally arrived. Several days later, the family received news that was deeply, painfully unwelcome. Mark Mercedes had changed his mind. Through a new attorney, a man named Stephen O'Connor, Mercedes announced his intention to withdraw his guilty pleas and seek a new trial. Alicia's great-aunt, Roberta Fitzpatrick, heard this news and spoke with the quiet fury of a woman who had been through too much. "Mark is disgusting," she said. "He uses the system to torture us." The legal question before Stanislaus County Superior Court Judge Donna Reeves was a complex one. Mercedes had not merely nodded to charges. He had spent more than an hour publicly confessing to every single crime in painstaking detail. The terms of the plea agreement had been clearly spelled out. He was seeking to escape the death penalty in exchange for a life sentence. Those consequences had been explicit, but the stakes were enormously high. A death penalty case is unlike any other, and the possibility that a defendant might somehow fare better at trial, however remote, could be argued. Prosecutors led by Annette Reese considered Mercedes' actions to be simply one more attempt to delay justice. Another maneuver in a long, exhausting game. The sentencing date that had been set for the 28th of November, 2017 was postponed. Then postponed again to the 18th of January, 2018. The family waited. Again. In early 2018, Judge Donna Reeves made her ruling. She denied Mark Macedy's request to withdraw his guilty plea. She denied his request for a new trial, and she sentenced him. Life in prison without the possibility of parole for the homicide committed in the course of sex crimes, concurrent with a 30 years to life sentence for lewd acts against a minor, and a consecutive sentence of 234 years and 8 months for the repeated sexual crimes committed against all 3 girls. There would be no release. There would be no appeal that reversed these findings. Mark Edward Macedy would spend every remaining day of his life behind prison walls. He entered the courtroom that day with his hand covering his face. In the audience, Roberta Fitzpatrick felt, for the first time in years, something she could only describe as relief. "This is wonderful," she said. "It's over." And it was. Nearly 12 years after Alicia Macedy disappeared from a house on Alexis Avenue in Syracuse, California, justice had been served. Slowly, imperfectly, with too many delays and too many procedural obstacles and too much additional pain for a family that had already suffered beyond measure. But it had been served. Mark Macedy remains in prison today. There are moments in any tragedy where we must pause and ask not only what happened, but how it was allowed to happen. How the systems that exist to protect children sometimes fail them so completely, so catastrophically, that a 14-year-old girl ends up buried in a backyard while the man responsible tells police she ran away. The children's attorney, Johnny Herring, had warned the court. She had put her concerns in writing. She had recommended only supervised, temporary placement. She had written, directly and clearly, that she was deeply concerned about Alicia. The judge had read those words and ruled otherwise. Investigators would note in the aftermath that the judge, Vincent Chiarello, was aware at the time he made his ruling that Mark Macedy had, in the 7 years prior, accumulated convictions for bank fraud and drunk driving, had faced domestic violence charges, had been ordered to attend anger management classes, and had been imprisoned for violating probation by failing to comply with drug and alcohol treatment requirements. He knew all of this, and he gave the children to Mark Macedy anyway. Roberta Allen had described her legal battle as very angled toward Mark. She had no attorney, she had limited resources. She had a history of depression which was used against her. The man she had once been in a relationship with, the man she had been afraid of, the man who had hurt her, had resources she did not. And in a system where resources and legal representation can determine outcomes, the scales did not tip in her direction. For years after Alicia's body was found, Roberta Fitzpatrick wrote letters to Judge Chiarello. She asked him to acknowledge the mistake. She asked him to say simply that he had erred, that the information available to him should have led to a different decision. He never wrote back. He declined to comment over and over again through years of press inquiries. He did not have the human decency to recognize the tragedy and to admit he made a mistake, Fitzpatrick said. The family court could have saved Alicia. This part of the story is not about assigning all blame to a single judge or to a single system. The failures were multiple, layered, systemic. They lived in the gap between a report and a ruling, between a warning and a decision, between what was known and what was acted upon. They lived in the inequality of legal resources, in the way that poverty and powerlessness can determine the fate of children, just as surely as the actions of individual bad actors. Alicia Macedy did not simply encounter one evil man. She encountered a series of moments where the systems designed to protect her looked away. That is the legacy of her story that matters most. Not only what one man did, but what the world around her failed to do. Alicia Macedy was 14 years old. She had, by accounts of those who knew her, the ordinary hopes and habits of a teenager. She had friends. She had a mother who loved her. A mother who knew from the beginning that something was terribly wrong, and who fought with everything she had to be heard. In the years before she was placed in her father's custody, she had spent time in Maine living with her grandmother. Roberta Allen had sent her there in 2004, partly out of fear that Mark would hurt her. Alicia had finished a school year there. She had returned to California in July of 2005. Just over a year later, she was gone. There is a detail from the trial that lingers, softly in the way that small things sometimes do. A friend testified that Alicia, despite everything, despite the chaos of her home life, despite whatever else she had been through, was not someone who used hard drugs. She was not that person. Whatever the defense attorney tried to claim, her friend knew the truth. She was a girl, 14 years old. She deserved to grow up. She deserved high school and bad first haircuts and music she played too loud and friendships that lasted decades. She deserved all of the messy, beautiful, ordinary things that 14-year-old girls deserve. She deserved to be safe. Her great-aunt Roberta Fitzpatrick carried her story for years, writing letters, showing up to court, speaking to journalists, making sure that Alicia was not forgotten. Alicia's mother, Roberta Allen, endured more than 31 months of not knowing before the cadaver dogs and the investigators finally gave her the answer she had already known in her heart. Both women, and every person who loved Alicia, lived through a kind of grief that is difficult to fully imagine. A grief that was prolonged, and complicated, and layered with anger at the failures of institutions, and at the calculating cruelty of a man who could, for years, look investigators in the eye and say, "She ran away. She's fine," I hear from her sometimes. But they did not give up. And because they did not give up, because Roberta Allen went to police and said she did not believe the story she was being told, because investigators eventually brought a cadaver dog named CJ to a quiet backyard in Ceres, because prosecutors spent years building a case that could not be dismantled, because Chief Deputy District Attorney Annette Reese required Mark Masidi to stand in open court and say in his own voice every single thing he had done. Because of all of that, Alicia Masidi's story did not end in silence. It ended in truth, and Mark Masidi, as of this telling, remains exactly where he belongs. And so we come quietly to the end of Alicia's story. It is not a happy ending in the way that endings are sometimes happy. There is no undoing what was done. There is no returning what was lost. Alicia Masidi will always have been 14 years old, and the world will always carry the shape of what she never got to become. But there is truth here, and there is justice, however long it took to find its way to the surface. And there is a family, and a great aunt, and a mother, who refused to let her name disappear. We have carried her story tonight, together. Slowly, gently, in the dark. And now, dear listener, I want you to let it rest. Let the story settle, the way stories do, somewhere deep and quiet inside you. Let your breath slow. Let your body sink a little further into wherever you are lying tonight. Warm and safe and still. The world is large and sometimes frightening. But right now, in this moment, you are here. You are resting. You are at peace. Let the story settle and then release it, the way you release a breath. Gently, completely. I'm wishing you a restful sleep tonight, and if you're still awake, don't forget to like this video and subscribe, and until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.